Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, to everybody watching at home. We are live from the Jack Manley Wellness and Athletics Center here at the Catonsville campus of the Community College of Baltimore County, as women's basketball is about to get underway in just about 10 minutes here, as the Catonsville Cardinals host the Fighting Owls of Harford Community College. Hello, everyone. This is Isaac Donsky once again to bring you all of the action. CCBC comes into today's contest with a 10-7 record, 5-3 in conference, currently sitting 5th in Region 20 standings. Entering their final home game of the season, it's sophomore night, as tonight we honor two members of the Cardinals' 2021-2022 team who will be leaving us at the end of this season. Those two players, Cache Waters and Morgan Gauss. Last game out was not so pleasant for the Cardinals, an 88-38 loss to PG County, but they're hoping to rebound here as they have just 3 games left on the schedule and are still sitting pretty in Region 20 standings. Leading the way for the team, of course, is feisty Morgan Gauss. The sophomore guard currently sits with 16.9 points per game on the season, but the main attraction, 4.4 steals per game. She's dangerous in the backcourt. Partner in crime for Gauss has been Sidney Spence. Originally a bench player earlier in the season, Spence has been forced into a starting role thanks to a bit of roster turnover, currently leading the way with 3.3 assists and 6.8 rebounds per game for the Cardinals. Meanwhile, the Fighting Owls of Harford Community College entered today's contest with a 6-12 record, currently sitting 3-6 in conference. Their last game out, a disappointing 65-37 loss to Garrett County. Leading the way for the team has been Corinne Santiago, averaging 2.9 assists per game and 2.2 steals per game. Zaria Tatum is the leading scorer for the Fighting Owls, averaging 10.8 points per game. Other players to keep an eye out for: Patricia Sherrill, averaging 11.6 rebounds per game, and Jada Bright, averaging 2.8 blocks per game. The coaches for both teams: for the Cardinals, head coach Morris Stretch Brandon, assistant coaches Kat Harmon, Centeria Renwicks, Andre Eiffel, and Jimmy Thomas. The coaches for the Fighting Owls: head coach Mario Farr, assistant coaches Shola Hamilton and Lester Lee. With just about 8.5 minutes to go before the start of today's game, let's go over the starters for this afternoon's contest. And starting with the Fighting Owls, their starters. At guard, freshman from Elkton, Maryland, Zaria Tatum. At guard, freshman from Aberdeen, Maryland, Corinne Santiago. At guard, a freshman from Edgewood, Maryland, Michaela Donovan. At forward, a freshman from Aberdeen, Maryland, Caitlin Thacker. And at center, a sophomore from Alexandria, Virginia, Patricia Sherrill. Meanwhile, the starters for your CCBC Catonsville Cardinals are as follows. At guard, a freshman from Brooklyn, New York, Sidney Spence. At shooting guard, a freshman from Forest Park, Maryland, Shania Glenn. At guard, a freshman Aaron McGuire. At point guard, sophomore from Old Fields High School, Morgan Gauss. And at shooting guard, freshman for the National Christian Academy, Amari McKnight. We'll be back in about 7.5 minutes with the start of today's game.
sorted by section. As always, that's what I say. See what changes.
It's on the other side. No problem.
So mother and friends is fine. This is from Morgan. It's her grandfather.
Her grandfather. Got it.
Yeah. Doesn't seem like anybody else is here right now. It's her grandfather.
Her grandfather. All right. I got this. Ready? All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you to the Jack Manley Wellness and Athletics Center on the Catonsville campus of the Community College of Baltimore County for tonight's women's basketball game featuring our visitors from Harford Community College versus homestanding Catonsville. We want to remind you that this event is being played under the regulations of the NJCAA Region 20 and the Maryland JUCO Athletic Conference. MD JUCO and NJCAA prohibit verbal or physical harassment of any student, athlete, official, coach, staff, spectator, guest, or community member during today's event. Violators of these rules will be subject to removal from the CCBC Catonsville complex. Per CCBC COVID policies, all spectators must remain masked at all times while inside, and we ask that spectators do their best to socially distance within their family pods in the bleachers. We appreciate your cooperation in being good fans. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight is a special night for two members of the 2021-2022 Lady Cardinals basketball team. This evening, we celebrate our sophomore student athletes as we thank them for the contributions they have made to our program. Our first sophomore to be recognized is Cache Waters. The sophomore guard graduated this past winter with her associate's degree. Cache brought a positive aspect to the team and led the team in three-point shooting. She's being escorted by her mother and friends. Our second sophomore to be recognized tonight is Morgan Gauss. Morgan is a sophomore transfer guard that has led the team in scoring this season. She will be graduating this spring and transfer to continue her career at the four-year level next year. She is being escorted by her parents and grandfather. Thank you, ladies, for your dedication, hard work, and positive contributions this year. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's meet the starters and coaches, beginning with our guests, the Harford Fighting Owls. At guard, number 2, Zaria Tatum. At guard, number 5, Karen Santiago. At guard, number 21, Michaela Donovan. At forward, number 32, Caitlin Thacker. And at center, number 34, Patricia Sherrill. The Owls are coached by assistant coaches Shola Hamilton and Lester Lee, and led by head coach Mario Farr. And now, the starters and coaches for your CCBC Catonsville Cardinals. At guard, number 0, Sidney Spence. At guard, number 2, Shania Glenn. At guard, number 11, Aaron McGuire. At guard, number 12, Morgan Gauss. And at guard, number 15, Amari McKnight. The Lady Cardinals are coached by assistant coaches Andre Eiffel, Kat Harmon, Centeria Renwicks, and Jimmy Thomas, and are led by head coach Morris Stretch Brandon. So the final game of the final home game of the regular season about to get underway here. Harford will be wearing black jerseys with blue numbers and white trim. Catonsville in their home whites with red numbers, black trim. Making her first start of the season tonight, we should mention, is Aaron McGuire, usually a bench player, member of the Catonsville softball club, who joined the team after a bit of a roster turnover halfway through the season. Thacker and Glenn at center court for the tip-off. And we are away as Sherrill gets possession, and Harford will start with the ball. Santiago finds Tatum. Tatum, the leading scorer for the Owls, goes to Sherrill in the middle. Sherrill fighting past McKnight, and a jump ball is called as Sidney Spence gets her hands on it. Possession will go to the Cardinals. Inbounds pass will go to Morgan Gauss. Gauss flips it back out to Spence. Spence with his football-type pass to McGuire, who dumps it out to McKnight. McKnight back to Spence, now back to Gauss, who surveys the court. Gauss flips it to Spence. Spence to McKnight. McKnight, deep pass over to Gauss. Gauss with a shot, no good. McKnight's able to grab it out of midair and scores with a nice finish. So the Cardinals take an early 2-0 lead. Double teamed there was Donovan, who flips it out to Tatum. Tatum finds Santiago, 10 seconds left on the shot clock. Santiago to the corner to Donovan, who puts up a three, no good. The rebound taken by Thacker, who hits the floor, and Tatum sinks a three-pointer. Catonsville will take a quick timeout. Just a quick score correction there, folks. That wasn't a 3, it was a 2, so the score is all tied up 2-2 with 8 minutes, 46 seconds to go here in the first quarter. Should mention that Catonsville is working slightly short-handed today. They only have one sub for this game, that being Felicity Voss. Sammy Connor, a no-show. Sammy Connor inactive. Spence will inbound it to Gauss, and we're back underway. And Gauss immediately with a risky pass to Shania Glenn, and it was risky for a reason. Donovan steals it away and flips it out to Santiago. Santiago will find Tatum. And a chance here for the Fighting Owls to take the lead. Santiago knocks it down. And Harford with their first lead of the night, 4-2. Some risky passes there by Catonsville to try and force up. Spence with a nice finish, but is fouled on the way to the basket. Looks like the foul is going to be called against Patricia Sherrill, the center for the Owls. 2 shots for Sidney Spence. Sidney Spence has tied this thing up, 4-4. So we're back underway. Santiago flips it out to Donovan, who finds Tatum. Tatum will go to Thacker, who puts up a shot, no good, grabs her own rebound, nearly has it stolen away from Gauss, flips it to Santiago, and a little assist there for the backboard, gets it in. 6-4 the score now. Gauss flips it to McKnight at midcourt. McKnight nearly has it ripped from her hands by Tatum, goes back to Gauss, who flips it to Spence. Spence finds Glenn towards the corner. Glenn, a great wall of Owls in front of her, has to flip it out to McKnight. That's a bit of a dangerous pass. McKnight puts up a shot, no good. Glenn scrambling for the rebound, tried to get it, was knocked around and finally corralled by Sherrill. Owls leading by 2 with about 7 minutes to go in this first quarter. That pass by Donovan to Sherrill went right through her hands and into the hands of Glenn. So the Cardinals get a well-deserved turnover there. Gauss is going to take a step back here. 15 seconds on the shot clock for Catonsville. Gauss slips it to McKnight by the paint. McKnight back to Gauss. Gauss puts up a 3, no good. Ball is going to sail out of bounds. Possession will go to Harford. As we welcome the Harford men's basketball team who have just entered the building. Be sure to check the YouTube page later this evening, folks, for men's basketball action as the Cardinals take on the Owls of Harford County in this doubleheader. This is Santiago. Flips it to Thacker, has it briefly tipped. Thacker nearly has it stolen by Morgan Gauss. Finds Sherrill. Sherrill goes out to Tatum. Tatum has it knocked away by Gauss out of bounds. Possession will stick with the Owls. Inbounds pass goes to Santiago. 5 seconds left on the shot clock. Santiago has to put up a shot. It goes. That connects. And it's 8-4. Catonsville needs a response here. McKnight flips it out to Spence. Spence gonna get called for a charge. Spence crashed into Thacker. That's going back the other way. Tatum looking for an open player and a travel, I believe. Nope, they're going to call against Caitlin Thacker for a hold on Sidney Spence. That'll be her first to the team's second. Spence will inbound it for the Cardinals. Immediately goes to Gauss. Gauss flips it out to McKnight. We're back underway. McKnight, deep pass there to Spence, who goes to Glenn. Glenn back to Spence. Spence gets a nice pick there from McKnight. Feints a pass, passes to Morgan, who can't complete. Sherrill tries to get the rebound. Ball sails out of bounds, and they're going to give it to Catonsville. Oh, check that. They'll give it to Harford. It was off of Aaron McGuire. Donovan with a football-style pass to Tatum. Tatum dishes it out to Santiago, back to Donovan, to Sherrill. And Sherrill took one too many steps. A travel's going to be called. Another turnover to the Cardinals. And hopefully they can capitalize on this one. The last couple they haven't been able to. We've got about 5.5 minutes to go in the first quarter. The score 8-4 in favor of the Owls. Glenn, heavily pressured, double-teamed, has to flip it out to Spence. That was a nifty little pass there. Spence will find Gauss. Gauss charged the basket and is going to get fouled. I believe that foul is going to be against Patricia Sherrill. That should be her second. And it is. Entering the game now for the Owls is forward Jada Bright, as McKnight puts up a shot that won't go. Sorry about the hesitation there, folks. There was a brief number change. I did not notice Jada Bright wearing 10 instead of the 11 that we were given, as that is a three sunk by Zaria Tatum to make it 11-4. Now Catonsville really needed a response here. Glenn flips it out to Spence. Spence double teams, puts up a contested shot, and it will end Catonsville's scoring drought there. As a timeout called on the floor. I believe they might be discussing the jersey switch for Jada Bright, who's wearing number 10 tonight. I believe there was some confusion from the scorer's table over that. 11-6 the score with 4 minutes, 41 seconds to go here in the first quarter. Quick look at the stats. Corinne Santiago currently has 6 points, leading the way for Harford. Zaria Tatum has the other 5 for them. Sidney Spence has 4 points. Amari McKnight 2 for Catonsville. And trying to figure out what the delay is here for. Either there was an issue with the shot clock or some confusion over the number change. Whatever it is, we're back underway. It's been resolved. Thacker will inbound it to Santiago. We're back underway. Santiago will flip it out to Donovan. Donovan back to Santiago in the corner. Deep pass there. That was a risky one. Whew. And Tatum just manages to avoid a backcourt violation. Tatum will find Santiago. Santiago to Bright, who puts up a shot, misses, and it's stolen away from Donovan by Gauss, who gets knocked to the floor. And they're going to give it back to the Owls, it looks like. Donovan will inbounds it to Santiago. We're back underway. Santiago finds Donovan, who finds Tatum. Tatum double-teamed there. Got to get rid of it. Finds Donovan. Back to Santiago. Santiago back to Donovan. Another pass to Bright in the middle. Puts up a shot, no good, and Amari McKnight is there to secure the rebound. Good defensive stand by the Cardinals. They have not gotten Erin McGuire involved so far. She's pretty much been kind of isolated in the corner by herself. Here's McKnight in the paint. Nice finish there. Amari McKnight scores. Makes it 11-8. A 3-point game here. Catonsville's best 3-point shooter was Cache Waters, but as mentioned during the mentioned at the start of today's game, she did graduate. The second best, probably Amari McKnight. Thacker. Double teams, breaks through it and scores to make it 13-8, a 5-point game. Catonsville trying to dig out of this hole as we got 3 minutes to go in the first quarter as Gauss drives to the basket. No foul called there. And the rebound secured by the Owls. Here's Tatum. Double teamed. Gonna flip it out to Santiago as a wide open look, but a little off target. Donovan secures the rebound. Another chance for the Owls. Here's another chance for Santiago. Defended by McGuire. Flips it out to Thacker. Thacker finds Donovan. Back to Thacker. 5 seconds left on the shot clock. Tatum puts up a 3, won't go. Rebound bounced around. Bright secures it, puts up a shot, a little too much power. Down to the ground goes Tatum. That was a hard hit. No foul looks like is going to be called. Or is there? Nope, there is. Or is there? Doesn't look like any foul was called. All right. Tatum and McKnight collided. Tatum hit the ground hard. No foul called, though. Catonsville takes over possession. And here is McKnight. 5-point deficit for Catonsville. McKnight driving to the basket, and a charge is called. That's the second charge of the first quarter for Catonsville. Here's Santiago from the corner from 3. Well off target. The ball knocked out of bounds by Glenn, and Harford will retain possession. Tatum inbounds to Santiago, who immediately finds Thacker. Tatum drives to the basket, won't go. Rebound bounced up and secured by Bright. It's their third rebound so far. Thacker, wide open look, won't go. Bright with another rebound. And a foul's going to be called here. Looks like against Sidney Spence. That would be her second and the team's third. Felicity Voss now making her first appearance of the evening for the Cardinals. Voss, the freshman from Catonsville High School, right here just down the road. One of 2 additions from the softball team. She'll replace Sidney Spence as Bright extends the lead to 14-8. A little switch of positions here by Donovan and Thacker. Bright sinks her second free throw. It's 15-8 now. Catonsville needing a response. McKnight finds Glenn. Glenn hands off to Gauss. Gauss now fighting through traffic and is going to be fouled. I believe the foul came against Santiago. Two shots for Morgan Gauss. Try to get the Cardinals to double digits as we got a minute and a half to go here in the first quarter. First one connects. Second one as well, and it's a 5-point game. 15-10. Pick their setup for Tatum, who nicely rolls it in, extending the lead to 17-10. Cardinals trying to push it down the floor. Here comes Gauss trying to go to the basket, puts up a wonky shot. Rebound taken by Santiago. Santiago finds Tatum, who puts up a shot, won't go, but Santiago's there to get the rebound and finish. Extends the lead to 9 as we are under a minute to go here in the first quarter. Gauss finds McKnight. Back to Gauss, but too much power on the pass, and it heads into the bleachers right behind us. And possession will go to the Owls. Donovan inbounds it to Santiago. We're back underway. Santiago finds Tatum. Tatum back to Bright. Back to Donovan in the corner. Puts up a three. Not enough power on it. Spence, who just re-entered the game for Felicity Voss, flips it over to Shania Glenn. Glenn to Gauss, who puts up a shot, won't go. Spence for the rebound. Tries to get it finished. Jostled around. I believe Thacker got it. Thacker dishes out to Tatum. We've got 10 seconds to go in the first quarter. One last chance here for the Owls to get some more points. Tatum puts up a three. No good. Spence with the rebound. And will dribble out the first quarter as the score 19-10. We've got 3 more quarters to go. About to start the second quarter here. The score 19-10 in favor of the Owls. And a new addition for Harford out on the court, number 12, Kristen Martin, freshman from Churchville, Maryland. Meanwhile, the lineup for Catonsville, McGuire, Gauss, Spence, McKnight, and Glenn. Spence and McKnight tied with 4 points each in that first quarter. Meanwhile, Corinne Santiago had 8 to lead the way for for Harford. So here we go at the start of the second quarter. Immediately a shot by Tatum, won't go, and Spence with the rebound. Spence finds McKnight. McKnight fighting to the basket, won't go, and the rebound is scooped up by Thacker. Traveling violation there called against Kristen Martin. So this was the big issue with Catonsville in the first quarter. They were unable to capitalize on these turnovers. Let's see if they've remedied that in the short break. Here's Spence, flips it to McGuire. Don't think she was ready for it. She flips it out to McKnight. McKnight trying to break free, puts up a shot, won't go. Rebound. Bit of a wrestling match, and it's gonna be off the hands of Spence, out of bounds. So it will go to the Owls. Another case of Catonsville being unable to capitalize there. Santiago finds Tatum. Tatum finds Martin. Martin back to Santiago. 10 seconds left on the shot clock. Santiago flicks it to Tatum. Tatum puts up a shot, won't go. Bright almost had a rebound. Martin is able to grab it. Flips it out to Tatum, whose three-point attempt is short, and Gauss secures the rebound. Gauss fighting, it's blocked by Bright. A dead ball called there. Going to give it to Catonsville. Here's McKnight. No one can. Harford will get the ball once again. 19-10 still to score. Santiago finds Martin. Martin back to Tatum. Tatum going to Bright with a bit of a dangerous pass, knocked out of bounds. Possession will go to Catonsville. A risky pass there by Tatum. Might have gotten tipped by Erin McGuire a bit, so Bright couldn't get a hand on it. As she did, goes to Catonsville. Spence inbounds to Gauss. Gauss looking for options, fires a deep pass to Glenn. Glenn finds McKnight, and McKnight goes down hard after contact with Thacker. Thacker will exit the game as Donovan re-enters. The foul was against Harford. Gauss will inbounds it. We'll find Glenn. Glenn with a jumper, won't go. Rebound taken by Santiago. Santiago finds Tatum. Tatum over the middle to Bright, can't complete it, and Spence with the rebound. Spence to McGuire, puts up a shot and got it. Shot might have been partially deflected, but it still goes in, and Erin McGuire gets her first points of the evening. And the first points of the second quarter. 19-12 to score now. Donovan. Hands off to Tatum. Tatum charging the basket. Goes down. No foul called. A bit of a flop there. Glenn steals it away. Glenn double teamed. Nice pass there to Spence. Spence trying to get through traffic. Loses control. Jumps on it. Kicks it around. And Santiago picks it up. A foul going to be called there against Sidney Spence for a push. That's Spence's second. Not exactly a good look there to already have two fouls this early into the game. I should mention, Catonsville only has one substitute, so anyone fouling out would put them in some serious trouble. Santiago dishes it to Donovan, who goes back to Santiago. To Bright, to Tatum. 10 seconds left on the shot clock. Bright back to Santiago. Will somebody please make a shot? Donovan puts up one, no good. McGuire with the rebound and gives it to Gauss. Boy, Harford does a lot of passing, very little shooting, but they are quite accurate when they actually shoot. Gauss for three. No good. Bright with the rebound. Catonsville 0 for 3 so far in three-point shooting. Santiago finds Tatum to Martin. Martin to Donovan. And a foul going to be called there as Bright got hit. Into the game comes Cheryl for the Owls. That foul, by the way, was against Spence. That's her third. Tatum double-teamed, goes to Martin in the middle. Martin double-teamed, goes back to Santiago. 1 second left, shot clock violation. They got it stolen away by Aaron McGuire right before it. Dishes to Glenn, miscommunication there. Too much power on the pass by Sidney Spence. That could have been big for the Cardinals. And a timeout going to be called here by Harford with 5 minutes, 34 seconds to go in the second quarter. So Donovan will inbounds to Santiago when we're back underway. Martin to Cheryl. Cheryl is tipped and stolen away by Glenn. Glenn will go out to Gauss. Gauss finds McKnight. McKnight back to Spence. 7 seconds on the shot clock. Spence puts up a shot and got it. 19-14, it's back to a 5-point deficit for the Cardinals. So Spence, who's already in foul trouble, has her 6th point of the game. Cheryl, under attack, puts up a shot, won't go. Spence with the rebound. Spence pushing, finds Gauss, who puts up a flip and got it. Morgan Gauss makes it a 3-point game. There's a bit of a commotion there at the scorer's table. I believe an issue with the shot clock. Looks like it has been remedied as Santiago fires a deep pass over the middle to Donovan, back to Tatum. Catonsville looking for a stop here. And a jump ball called there as Tatum collided with McKnight. Bright checks back into the game. Catonsville will take over possession. So momentum appears to have swung the Cardinals' way here in the closing minutes of the second quarter. Spence inbounds to McKnight, who goes back to Spence. Now Sidney streaking down, dishes out to Glenn in the corner, had a wide open look, but hesitated a sec. Glenn dishes to McKnight, back to Gauss. Gauss to McGuire. McGuire back to Glenn. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Here's Gauss looking for a lane and gets collided into all 5 Owl players, allowing McKnight to scoop up the rebound and score to make it a 1-point game. Well, it looked like all 5 Owl players all moved in on Morgan Gauss, completely forgot about the other 4 members of Catonsville's team. It's a weird series of events right there. Bright, double-teamed, loses control of it while trying to pass, and it's stolen away by Gauss. Chance, Gauss puts up a shot, completes it, and Catonsville has the lead. With 3 minutes, 14 seconds to go, Catonsville has taken a 1-point lead after being stuck in a hole for much of the first and second quarters. And believe it or not, the Cardinals have held the Owls scoreless in this second quarter, and they will continue to hold them scoreless as that shot's blocked and Spence with the rebound and almost loses control of it right in front of our broadcast table, and that's going to be a violation. Cameraman Larry and I looking at each other. We're both confused as to what that call was for. Why? There's a timeout called here by Harford. And again, I mentioned it during that commotion. The Owls have not scored a single point in this second quarter so far. They have been held scoreless. Catonsville, meanwhile, has scored 10 unanswered. Donovan will inbound to Santiago. We're back underway. Here's Tatum. Puts up a shot. Won't go. Rebound secured by Sherrill. A jump ball is called. Possession will stick with Harford. Patricia We're just resetting the shot clock there. Inbound pass will go to Bright, who finds Santiago as a wide open look, and that is how Harford gets their first points of the second quarter. And also, retakes the lead. Gauss's shot wouldn't go. McKnight is there under the basket for the rebound. That pass is tipped. McGuire wrestles for Santiago for a second, and here's a wide open look for Tatum. Tatum scores to extend the lead 23-20. Here's Gauss over the middle to McKnight. A bit of a dangerous pass. McKnight couldn't find an open look. Glenn for 3. No good. McKnight with the rebound, though. Amari puts up a shot, won't go, and Bright's able to secure the rebound. A minute and a half to go. Tatum steps back, puts up a shot, won't go. Grabs her own rebound and passes it right into Morgan Gauss's thigh, but Sherrill is able to pick it up and is fouled. No. It is a foul. Fouls against Shania Glenn. 2 shots here for Sherrill. First one a little wonky, still goes in. Sherrill can't connect on the second. 24-20, Catonsville with a chance. McKnight goes to Gauss. Back to McKnight. And is fouled on her way to the basket. Foul is going to be called against Santiago. Two shots here for Amari McKnight. Now connect on the first to make it a 3-point game. 24-21 with a minute to go. No luck on the second, so it'll stay at a 3-point disadvantage for Catonsville. Santiago finds Tatum, back to Santiago. And then back out to Tatum. Tatum back to Santiago, to Bright in the middle, who is fouled on her way to the basket and will shoot 2. The foul, I believe, was against Amari McKnight. Bright connects with his first to make it a 4-point game. Bright's second also connects. Now, with about 30 seconds to go, Catonsville leading a response. Here's McKnight driving to the basket, puts up a shot, also hits the deck, no foul called. Santiago with the rebound. Santiago dishes it out to Donovan. Donovan to Sherrill, who was ready for it. Sherrill collides with McKnight, no foul called as Tatum's shot goes nowhere. Donovan from the corner for 3, off target. Glenn with the rebound. And with 7 seconds left, one last chance for Catonsville to get some momentum going. Glenn, 2 seconds left, stolen away by Bright. Not sure what that was about, and that'll be the end of the first half. 26-21 the score. Harford will lead it. We'll be back in 15 minutes with the first half stats and the start of the second half. And we are back just a minute and a half away from starting the second half here. Catonsville down 26-21 to the Fighting Owls of Harford Community College. Taking a quick look at the first half stats for the Owls. Corinne Santiago leads the way with 10 points, 5 rebounds. And Zaria Tatum, 9 points, 2 rebounds, 1 assist. Jada Bright, the leading rebounder for the Owls with 7, along with 4 points. Meanwhile, for Catonsville, Amari McKnight leads the way with 7 points and 7 rebounds. Sidney Spence right behind her with 7 rebounds, 6 points, and 2 assists. Should mention that Spence is in foul trouble with 3 fouls already, and Catonsville only has 1 sub. So anybody fouling out could make things very complicated for the Cardinals in this, the final home game of the season. Catonsville will start with possession. Shania Glenn will inbound it. And we're back underway. Gauss flips it to McKnight. McKnight will find Spence. Back to Gauss. Back to Glenn. Back to Gauss in the corner, who puts up a shot, won't go. Rebound jostled around. And possession will stick with Catonsville. Check that, they're going to give it to Harford after a bit of a discussion. So Santiago will inbounds it for the Owls. And it's immediately stolen away by Gauss, who finishes. That's what she does best, ladies and gentlemen. 26-23, it's a 3-point game. And Gauss immediately getting feisty again, right up on Donovan, trying to get the ball as Santiago loses control for a second. Risky pass here, intercepted by Glenn. And a chance for Catonsville. Glenn to Gauss, who's blocked by Bright, tries to inbound it, collect the rebound. It's tipped off of Bright, and possession will stick with Catonsville. Gauss inbounds it to McKnight. McKnight puts up a contested shot and finishes. Hits the turf, no foul called. It's a 1-point game, 26-25. Catonsville has come out of the half exploding. Here's Tatum, driving to the basket, tries to flip it to Donovan, and a foul is going to be called. A charge called against Tatum. Sidney Spence will inbound. Spence will find Gauss, who goes to Glenn. Glenn under attack, double teamed. And a foul is going to be called against Michaela Donovan. Gauss will inbound. Will flip it to Spence, guarded by Thacker. Goes back to Gauss. Gauss charges the basket, can't complete. Sherrill with the rebound. Tatum steps back, puts up a 3, won't go. Rebound wrestled around. Thacker fell on it. Jump ball is going to be called. Possession will go with Harford. Tatum will inbound, flips it out to Thacker. Thacker over to Santiago. Santiago finds Tatum. Tatum will go to Bright. Shot won't go. Thacker with the rebound. Thacker puts up a shot herself, won't go. Gauss secures the rebound. Chance for Catonsville now. Gauss charges the basket, puts up a shot, won't go. Glenn with the rebound, and a jump ball is going to be called. Possession should be going to Catonsville. Gauss looks exhausted after that last effort. Christian Martin re-entering the game for Harford to replace Zaria Tatum. Gauss inbounds to McKnight. McKnight spins around, puts up a shot, but it's off target. Sherrill with the rebound. We're back underway. Here's Thacker. Finds Martin. Martin to Sherrill. To Bright. Can't complete. Glenn with the rebound. Glenn finds Gauss. Gauss to Spence to McKnight, out to Glenn. Glenn for three. Knocks it down. Had a little bit of bounce to it, but it goes down anyway, and Catonsville has the lead, 28-26. That ball stolen away by Gauss, tipped to McGuire. Gauss, defended by Sherrill, puts up a shot and got it. Morgan Gauss with an excellent play to extend the lead for Catonsville, 30-26. Believe it or not, it's their largest lead of the night. That defense comes up good. Timeout. Timeout called by Harford. Coming out of the timeout, the score 30-26. Catonsville clinging to its largest lead of the night, just 4 points. As Harford will inbounds. Inbounds pass goes to Thacker. Had it briefly knocked out of her hands by Gauss, and has it knocked out again. Gauss records yet another steal. And the shot, unfortunately, goes back to Santiago. Excuse me, the pass. Santiago to Bright. Bright puts up a jumper, knocks it down. They'll make it a 2-point game, 30-28. It's been a low-scoring game so far. Gauss finds McKnight. McKnight to Glenn for three. Knocks it down! Shania Glenn hits 2 threes. 33-28 the score now. Martin to Thacker. Thacker back to Martin. Double teamed. Tries a risky pass to Sherrill. Has it briefly taken away, and a jump ball is called. Possession should stick with Harford, as Tatum re-enters the game to replace Martin. 5 minutes, 12 seconds to go here in the third quarter. Tatum will inbound. 7 seconds left on the shot clock. 5 seconds left on the shot clock. Shot has to go up. Sherrill will try it, but it's stolen away by Morgan Gauss and flipped into the hands of Amari McKnight, who dishes out to Spence. So Gauss showing why she's one of the most proficient defenders in all of Region 20. Gauss. Spence briefly has lost control, but retains possession and flips it out to Glenn. Solid defense there by Harford. 10 seconds left on the shot clock. Gauss puts up a shot, won't go. Spence with the rebound. No one from Harford was expecting it. Glenn tries to steal it away, and Gauss has it. 10 seconds on the shot clock once again. Harford putting up a great defensive stand. Meanwhile, Gauss still dribbling it out. 5 seconds left. Open lane, finds Spence for three. No good. (33-28) still the score with 4 minutes to go after a great defensive stand there by Harford. And now the Owls looking to get, as that ball is kicked. That ball is kicked by Morgan Gauss, so Harford will get a fresh shot clock. Tatum weaving through traffic, fouled on her way to the basket. Tatum will connect on the first. Makes it 33-29. That foul, by the way, on Sidney Spence. She's at 4. One more, she's out. And as I've mentioned multiple times during the broadcast, Catonsville only has one sub. It could make things very tricky for the Cardinals going forward, so Spence has to be super careful. Second one won't go, but Patricia Sherrill is there to scoop it down and finishes and makes it a 2-point game. So after a big jump in momentum for Catonsville, they find themselves in some trouble. Gauss surveying, looking for an opening. Deep pass over to McGuire, who puts up a jumper, won't go. As the scoreboard sees a bit of an issue with the scoreboard, it looks like. The scoreboard had glitched out there for a second. Looks like what happened. Sherrill nearly has it stolen away, puts up a shot, won't go. And Sidney Spence makes the mistake of touching it, and the ball will stick with Harford. That ball was going out of bounds, and Spence puts a hand on it. Not the brightest decision. 4 seconds on the shot clock for Harford. Bounce goes to Thacker. Thacker to Bright. Bright puts up a jumper, won't go. Spence takes it away. So here we go. Bit of confusing set of circumstances there. There was a bit of a malfunction with the scoreboard, and then Spence made that gaffe. But Catonsville will come out still leading 33-31. Spence goes to Gauss. Gauss flips it, a bit of a weird pass to McGuire and puts up a shot, no good. And Bright just got physical there, and that's going to be a foul. Jada Bright looked like threw a punch there.
You gotta box out every shot. Find your body. Let's go.
Either that or overextended the arm. But Catonsville will get another chance here. Spence inbounds to McKnight, and it's immediately knocked out of bounds by Bright. So another opportunity for Catonsville. Spence inbounds it to McKnight. McKnight going to take a shot as it nearly ripped away, and a foul is going to be called. That foul is going to be called against Caitlin Thacker. That would be her third. 2 shots for Amari McKnight. McKnight sinks the first to extend Catonsville's lead to 34-31. And the second attempt is good. Thacker, under pressure, triple teamed and stolen away by Gauss. Gauss flips it to Glenn, to Spence in the corner. Spence to McKnight, has it blocked by Thacker, and a foul is called. That's Thacker's 4th. As Amari McKnight waves goodbye, as Thacker heads to the bench with 4 fouls, and Donovan re-enters the game. 2 shots for McKnight, no luck on the first, so it'll stay 35-31 with 2 minutes to go in the third quarter. Knight connects on the second, 36-31 the score. Here's Tatum. Puts up a shot, somehow off target, but still connects, so it makes it a 3-point game, 36-33. Gauss finds Spence, back to Gauss. Gauss puts up a shot off target, rebound taken by Santiago. And Santiago trips, as does Donovan. Don't know what that was about. McGuire just sits on it as Bright swipes at her. What was that? Jada Bright took some swipes at Aaron McGuire's face. And I believe that Corinne Donovan is still down. Excuse me, Corinne Santiago. It'll be 2 shots for Aaron McGuire as Jada Bright took several swipes right at her face. It's McGuire's first trip to the basket. Catonsville up 36-33 with 1:27 to go after another wacky series of events there for both teams. Two shots for Aaron McGuire. I'll connect on the first to make it 37-33. And you got to give a shout out to her and Felicity Voss for coming off the softball team, essentially coming in as emergency backup for Catonsville over these last couple of games. McGuire sinks both. They'll extend to the lead 38-33. I tell you what, both these teams have been getting a little chippy with one another. I believe a technical call was just called. Yeah, technical call was fouled, I believe, against Santiago. So that Gauss will go to the line to shoot 2. That's 1 for Gauss. Catonsville has a chance to make this a 7-point game if Gauss can knock down the second. I did not see the foul that caused that. Looks like it was a technical. Gauss puts up another. That one won't go, so it stays 39-33. And Catonsville will retain possession. Glenn will inbounds it. Glenn inbounds to Morgan Gauss. We've got 1:15 to go here in the third quarter. Gauss slips it to Spence, feints a pass, instead goes to McKnight, puts up a jumper, no good. Sherrill with the rebound. Santiago. That ball knocked out of bounds, I believe, off the foot of Amari McKnight, so possession will stick with the Owls. Donovan inbounds it to Tatum. Tatum finds Bright, puts up a contested shot. Bit of a tease, still goes in as we're under a minute to go in the third quarter. 39-35 the score. Glenn steps back, finds Spence. Spence goes over to Gauss. Gauss back to Spence. Spence puts up a shot, no, won't go. Bright with the rebound as we've got 20 seconds to go in the third quarter. 39-35 the score. Catonsville clinging to a 4-point lead. Donovan for the corner for 3. Well off target, but Santiago's there for the rebound. 6 seconds, 5 seconds to go in the third quarter. Santiago has it stolen away by Glenn, finds McKnight, and it will... Time expires before anyone can get a shot off. So that's the end of the third quarter. It's 39-35. It's been an exciting game. One more quarter to decide it between Catonsville and Harford. Quickly looking at the stats at the end of 3 quarters for the Cardinals, Amari McKnight leads the way with 12 points. Morgan Gauss also has double digits with 11 points. Leading rebounder has been Sidney Spence with 8. Leading assister has been Spence and McKnight with 2 each. Meanwhile, for the Owls, Zaria Tatum leads the way with 12 points. Corinne Santiago has 10. Jada Bright has an amazing 11 rebounds, also 8 points, close to a double-double. Leading assister, it's a 4-way tie between Tatum, Santiago, Bright, and Thacker. And one player from each team is in serious foul trouble. Thacker has 4, Spence has 4. So here we go. 1 quarter to decide what has been a very competitive game. 39-35, another low-scoring defensive slog, but it's been an entertaining kind. Inbounds pass will go to Gauss, and we're back underway. Gauss sizing up Tatum. Flips out to Spence. Spence with a floater. Won't go. McKnight with the rebound, tries to fight for it. And the ball knocked out of bounds. Possession goes to Hartford. Donovan just went down. Looked like Donovan might have got a little help from Sidney Spence there. No foul called. Tatum, double teamed, almost got trapped. Santiago looking for an opening. Finds Bright to Sherrill, puts up a shot and got it. They'll make it a 2-point game, 39-37. Spence with a jumper, won't go, but is fouled by Donovan. So Spence will get 2 shots. Spence connects on the first to make it 40-37. And the second. 41-37, the score with 9 minutes, 12 seconds to go in this game. Santiago goes to Tatum, loses control, nearly has it stolen away. Donovan for 3 for the corner, won't go. Sherrill with the rebound. And a foul is going to be called there, I believe, against Shania Glenn. They're going to call Glenn for a hold there. So 2 shots for Patricia Sherrill. Currently sitting on 5.7 rebounds on the evening. First one is good. Second one is good as well. Catonsville back on the attack. McGuire, nice heads-up move there. And a timeout called by Catonsville. Wise decision, McGuire was trapped in a box there. Eight minutes, 46 seconds to go. The score 41-39 in Catonsville. With possession, as we have another bit of a scoreboard. There's an issue with the scoreboard there. Spence inbounds it to McKnight. Goes back to Spence. Spence with a floater, got it. 42-39, excuse me, 43-39 the score. As I believe Spence has just become the 3rd member of the Cardinals to go into double digits. Here's Tatum to Donovan, nearly loses control of it. Finds Tatum again, and there was another error there. We got another scoreboard error. It's probably the 4th time tonight that's happened. 4th or 5th time. just wait while they're sorting out the clock. Folks, we apologize for the delay. The scoreboards here at the Jack Manley Wellness and Athletic Center aren't the best, but they do their job well. That isn't when they're working properly. And a foul going to be called against Bright. That's her third. She got a little too handsy there with Erin McGuire. Now, Catonsville's been very good in the second half of capitalizing on turnovers, which they struggled with in the first half. Let's see what they can do here. Gauss in transition, can't connect, goes for the rebound, but it's taken by Tatum instead. Tatum has options, but chooses not to exercise those options. Instead, shorts up and passes off. Now goes for a shot, won't go. The rebound coming back towards our table here. It's scooped up by Santiago. Santiago finds Donovan, who finds Cheryl, trying to find an opening in the paint, puts up a shot, got it, and that pushes it back to a 2-point lead for Catonsville, 43-41, with 7 minutes, 40 seconds to go. And the crowd here loves it. It's a mostly Harford supporting crowd, which is a bit sad to see, not gonna lie. Gauss to Spence, Spence to Glenn in the corner, Glenn for three, well off target. McGuire fighting for the rebound, but it's taken by Santiago. Santiago to Tatum, who puts up a three of her own, won't go. Gauss with the rebound. Catonsville needs some points here quick. They're in danger of losing this lead. That pass goes to McGuire, but no one gets there. Bright gets there first. And Santiago with a chance to tie, and does. That's a tie game with exactly 7 minutes to go. It's 43-all as Santiago ties it. Off of a turnover caused by Gauss passing to McGuire, who wasn't ready. Gauss slips to Spence. Spence got to be careful. She's in foul trouble. Finds McKnight. McKnight fighting towards the basket. Goes back to Spence. Spence to Gauss. 15 seconds left on the shot clock. Gauss directing traffic. Calls in Glenn. Glenn puts up a jumper. Got it! Shania Glenn gives Catonsville the lead back, 45-43. Santiago calling out a play here. Goes to Tatum. Tatum to the middle to Cheryl. Cheryl to Bright. Bright. And that's going to be a foul called against McKnight. And McKnight getting a little wordy there with Bright. So 2 shots here for Jada Bright, who is 2 points away from a double-double. Make that 1 point away as Bright makes it 45-44. Bright hits this next shot. She not only ties the game, she gets a double-double. No luck on the second. Bounced around. McKnight with the rebound, and Gauss gets it. Dispense. Back to Gauss. Gauss snaking through traffic, puts up a shot and knocks it down. Morgan Gauss. That's 13 points on the evening for her. And that makes it 47-44 with 6 minutes to go. Santiago finds Tatum. Tatum loses track. There's a scrum. Jump ball called. And possession will stick with Harford. Tatum inbounds it to Santiago, back underway. Santiago finds Donovan, back to Tatum for three. Won't go. McKnight with the rebound and finds Gauss. Gauss And a foul called there against Morgan Gauss. For what? I believe they're going to call a hit to the chin by Gauss onto, I think, Santiago. But folks, to be clear, from where I'm sitting here at the media table, that was right in front of us. I did not see what he called. 5.5 minutes to go, 47-44. Thacker re-entering the game. She is in foul trouble, one away. Tatum for the tie, won't go. Rebound taken by Glenn. Boy, Glenn is at an excellent night tonight. Usually a support player who doesn't pack up the stats. Glenn has 8 points, 4 rebounds. And a foul called. A foul here called against Bright. That is her 4th. Two fouls. There are 2 fouls called. There are 2 fouls here. Bright and Thacker both fouled. That's 5. Thacker is out. Bright's up to 4. So Martin and Donovan will re-enter the game. I believe there also might have been a foul called there against Catonsville. Should mention, folks, our regular PA announcer, Richard Keller, is not in the building tonight, so we aren't getting a clear explanation. We can do the best to guess, but I believe multiple fouls called against both teams, and in the process, I believe what just happened, Bright was fouled. I believe a Catonsville player also was fouled in a little scrum. And we'll try and explain, I believe Thacker might have gotten involved in a little scrum, verbal scrum there. The Harford crowd in attendance not pleased with the technical fouls being given out by the refs. As member of the press, I will remain neutral on the issue. Should mention Harford 16 fouls on the evening, Catonsville 11. Waiting here in a so Sidney Spence will go to the line to shoot 2 as a result of that technical foul, try to extend Catonsville's lead. They're up 47-44 here with 5 minutes 12 seconds to go after a pair of technical fouls called against Spence knocks the first down, 48-44. And the second, a little extra bounce there, 49-44, the score now. So we just got explanation from the ref there. Offsetting technical fouls. And then an extra one called against Thacker, which knocked her out of the game. I believe. They're still straightening it all up at the scorer's table, but if I'm correct, Thacker's out. Spence will inbound it to Glenn. With 5 minutes, 10 seconds to go, back underway, 49-44, a 5-point lead for Catonsville. Spence, the Harford crowd, very loud in this announcer's ear right now. Here's McKnight, From the corner of the paint, knocked it down. Amari McKnight extends the lead to 51-44. Tatum looking for options. Gets a nice pick from Sherrill. Finds Santiago at the corner who can't connect on the three. And McKnight gobbles down the rebound. McKnight has a double-double. Gauss with about 4 minutes to go. Kind of just a loop around the gym. Sorry, on the other side of the court. Amari McKnight, 14 points, 11 rebounds. That's another double-double on the season for her. Spence over the middle to McKnight. McKnight finds McGuire, puts up a shot. No good. Rebound taken by Sherrill. McGuire's shot from that place on the court 4 times has only connected once. Tatum, snaking through traffic, almost loses control of it, puts up a shot, can't connect. The scoring drought continues, and Tatum wants a foul called. She won't get any as McKnight scoops down the rebound and hands off to Gauss. 51-44 the score. Gauss flips it out to Spence. Spence looks for an opening. Flips it to Glenn. Glenn stolen away by Santiago. Pass was headed. Santiago up to the line and scores, makes it 51-46. Spence with a floater. Won't go. And a foul called against McKnight. A push against Amari McKnight. That was her 5th. Amari McKnight's just fouled out. And that is a huge loss for Catonsville. McKnight, the leading scorer on the night, is out. We all thought it was going to be Sidney Spence. It's McKnight who fouls out. After putting up 14 points, 12 rebounds, and now a chance. Well, not anymore. Stolen away by Morgan Gauss with the finish. Morgan Gauss coming up clutch when Catonsville needs her most. Felicity Voss into the game now for Catonsville. 53-46 the score. Tatum puts up a shot, won't go. No foul called. Glenn with the rebound. And Tatum wants another foul, but wouldn't get it. Donovan trying to steal it away and succeeds. Glenn pounces on it, and a foul is going to be called. I believe the foul was called against Tatum. That foul was called against Tatum. She'd been asking for a foul the last couple of trips down the court. Finally got one. It was against her. Glenn will shoot one. Check that too. Two minutes, 16 seconds to go. It's 53-46. Glenn puts up the shot. It will go. Here's Tatum for 3. Won't go. Falls neatly into Gauss's hands, and another chance for Catonsville. Gauss over Santiago. Can't finish. Glenn with the rebound and gets tripped up, and a foul is called against Tatum. That's her 3rd. Should mention, folks, that on that earlier technical fouls, Bright also fouled out as well. Glenn will go to the line to shoot 2. No luck on the first. The second does connect. So it's a 9-point lead for Catonsville, 55-46, with 2 minutes to go. Santiago will let that one roll out, finds Donovan, goes for Cheryl, puts up a shot and got it. And a timeout called by Harford. Well, folks, with a minute 49 left, we should let you know what's next in store for these two teams. Harford will next be taking on Allegheny College on Thursday, February 17th at home. Meanwhile, Catonsville has 2 games left. They'll be on the road against sister school CCBC Essex next Tuesday, the 22nd at 6 p.m. They've finished their season on February 23rd at Montgomery College. And folks, if you've enjoyed this one, be sure to check out the men's basketball game against Harford coming up just soon as the women wrap up. Catonsville with the ball, 55-48 the score with a minute 45 to go. Spence looking for options. Goes to Gauss. Minute 30 seconds to go. Gauss nearly has it stolen away. 10 seconds of the shot clock, has to go, finds Spence. Spence fouled. And she went down hard. Oh my. Spence ran into Cheryl and went down hard, and she's still on the ground. And between you and me, folks, the Harford crowd not exactly showing good sportsmanship here right now. Spence still on the ground. The trainer trying to get her up. Believe it might be a back injury. If Spence is down, that leaves Catonsville with just 4 players left with a minute 25 to go, which is not exactly the ideal situation you'd want to be in. Spence finally sitting up. That's great to see. She'll get to her feet. Timeout on the floor. So Spence looks like will re-enter the game for Catonsville. to shoot 2. Great to see after that scary tumble, after that collision with Patricia Sherrill. Spence will shoot 2. 2 well-played shots here could get the... might ice this game for Catonsville. That does not help, though. Second won't go either. 55-48. Santiago finds Tatum. Tatum to Sherrill. Sherrill traveled. And that'll go back to Catonsville with 1:15 to go. 55-48. The inbounds pass goes to Gauss. Gauss roaring down the court. The strategy here would be to waste some clock. We've got 1 minute to go, folks. 1 minute to go in regulation. 55-48 is the score as Spence trips while trying to dribble, and it's stolen away by Donovan. Except Donovan stepped out of bounds. Possession will go back to Catonsville. That was a big break. 54.2 seconds to go. It's 55-48. 7-point lead for Catonsville. Ooh, Gauss got to be careful there. That could have been a backcourt violation. And a foul going to be called here against Tatum. That would be her 4th. All of which have come in the second half. Two shots for Gauss. Try and make it a 9-point lead for Catonsville. Gauss with the shot. Got it. 56-48. It's an 8-point lead. 50.9 seconds to go. And Gauss knocks down the second to make it a 9-point lead. Santiago finds Tatum. Tatum drives to the basket and is fouled. I believe that foul was against Felicity Voss. That would be her first. Two shots here for Zaria Tatum. Knocks down the first. Second won't go. Glenn with the rebound. 40 seconds to go. Glenn, got to be careful. Tatum is all over her, swipes at it. Glenn manages to get it. That's going to be a jump ball. Possession will go to Harford. A little lack of awareness there by Glenn. Wasn't able to realize where the ball, where Tatum was. 57-49. 32 seconds, still plenty of time. And a timeout taken by Catonsville. Nope, check that, not a timeout. Inbounds violation, so Catonsville will get the ball back. Voss holds it, hands it to Glenn. Spence flips it out to McGuire, back to Spence with 20 seconds to go. I think Catonsville is just going to sit on this one, and that should do it. 15 seconds left. This would be the 11th win of the season for the Cardinals. McGuire puts up a shot, no luck. with 3 seconds left. That should do it. 57-49 the final. Catonsville wins the final home game of the regular season. And they did it despite facing some pretty tough circumstances. Well, folks, we'd like to thank you once again for joining us this evening, and we thank you for joining us all season long as we brought you CCBC Catonsville women's basketball action. Stick around for the men's game, which should be starting shortly. Until next time, this has been Isaac Donsky signing off. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. You are live at the Jack P. Manley Wellness and Athletics Center here on the Catonsville campus of the Community College of Baltimore County as we are getting set here for men's basketball action as your CCBC Catonsville Cardinals take on the Fighting Owls of Harford Community College. Hello, friends. It's Isaac Donsky once again welcoming you to the second to last home game of the season for the men. Catonsville comes into today's contest 7-16 on the season, 3-7 in conference. Their last game out, a 92-86 loss to PG County. Pretty respectable considering how tough PG County has been this season. Leading the way for the team this year, it's been a mixed bag. Joaquin Gonzalez leads the way in points, averaging 14.9. Keith Bullock Jr. averaging 4 assists per game. Christopher Johnson averaging 7.9 rebounds. Maurice Smith averaging 2.7 steals. And Austin Smith averaging 0.7 blocks. Meanwhile, the Harford Fighting Owls sit at 13-8, 6-4 in conference, but their last game out was a stunner, a 76-103 loss to Garrett County. Leading the way for the team has been Ricardo Ross, averaging 15.7 points per game, 2.3 steals per game. Chandler Johnson is one to watch out for. He averages 4.4 assists per game. Malik Carson averaging 6.8 rebounds per game, and Lou Abdata averaging 1 full block per game. The coaches for both teams. For CCBC Catonsville, they are led by head coach Great White, assistant coaches Jarvis Thomas, Montague Wright, and Damian Brockington. Meanwhile, for for the Owls, they are head coached by Demetrius Jelenjoy, assistant coaches Deshaun Jones, Tyler Campbell, and Darius Dangerfield. Now to look at the starting lineups, as we've got about 2.5 minutes to go before the start of this evening's game. And we start with the visitors from Harford. Starting at guard number 0, Josiah Lamoth. Starting at guard number 2, Chandler Johnson. Starting at forward number 11, Lou Abdata. Starting at guard number 13, Ricardo Ross. And starting at forward number 14, Malik Carson. Meanwhile, for Catonsville, the starters are as follows. Starting at guard number 1, Keith Bullock. Starting at guard number 3, Joaquin Gonzalez. Starting at guard number 5, Kyrie Banks. Starting at forward, number 15, Austin Smith, and starting at guard number 23, Maurice Smith. We'll be back in 2 minutes with the start of today's game. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you to the Jack Manley Wellness and Athletics Center on the Catonsville campus of the Community College of Baltimore County for today's men's basketball game featuring our visitors from Harford Community College versus homestanding Catonsville. We want to remind you that this event is being played under the regulations of the NJCAA Region 20 and the Maryland JUCO Athletic Conference. MD JUCO and NJCAA prohibit verbal or physical harassment of any student athlete, official, coach, staff, spectator, guest, or community member during today's event.
Violators of these rules will be subject to removal from the CCBC Catonsville complex. Per CCBC COVID policies, all spectators must remain masked at all times while inside, and we ask that spectators do their best to socially distance within their family pods in the bleachers. We appreciate your cooperation in being good fans. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's meet the starters and coaches, beginning with our guests, the Harford Fighting Owls. At guard, number 0, Josiah Lamoth. At guard, number 2, Chandler Johnson. At forward, number 11, Lou Abdeda. At guard, number 13, Ricardo Ross. At forward, number 14, Malik Carson. The Owls are coached by assistant coaches Deshaun Jones, Tyler Campbell, and Darius Dangerfield, and led by head coach Demetrius Jelenjoy. And now, the starters and coaches for your CCBC Catonsville Cardinals. At guard, number 1, Keith Bullock. At guard, number 3, Joaquin Gonzalez. At guard, number 5, Kyrie Banks. At forward, number 15, Austin Smith. And at guard, number 23, Maurice Smith. The Cardinals are coached by assistant coaches Jarvis Thomas, Montague Wright, and Damian Brockington, and are led by head coach Great White.
So here we go, the penultimate home game of the season. The penultimate home game of the season for Catonsville. They'll be wearing their white home jerseys with red numbers and black trim. Meanwhile, Harford in their road blacks with blue numbers and white trim. Abdeda and Smith will be at center court for the tip-off. We got a packed crowd here tonight, folks. Let's hope this one puts on a good show. We're underway. Harford wins the tip-off. And it'll be Chandler Johnson, number 2, with the ball to start. Johnson will immediately find Ricardo Ross, who goes back to Johnson. Johnson out to Carson. Carson finds Lamoth. Lamoth back to Ross, has trouble hanging onto it, guarded by Gonzalez. Ross charges the basket, puts up a shot and finishes. Kyrie Banks inbounded to Maurice Smith. He had to stop to tie his shoe. Smith has it knocked away, and possession looks like we'll stick with Catonsville. Bullock will inbounds for the Cardinals. Bullock to Gonzalez. Looking for an opening, he finds Kyrie Banks, who flips out to Maurice Smith. Back to Bullock, back to Maurice. Bullock and Banks passing back and forth. Bullock slipping between defenders. Back to Banks, puts up a jumper, no good. Rebound tipped around, Austin Smith got a finger on it, and it's picked up by Ross. Ross charging down, puts up a shot, won't go. Rebound scooped up by Carson. Carson, shot looking more like a pass than anything else. Smith tried to go for the block on Johnson, and that's a foul. Two shots here for Chandler Johnson. He'll nail the first. Second is good. It's 4-0 in favor of Harford. Bullock directing traffic. He'll find Banks. Kyrie goes out to Maurice Smith. Smith back to Banks, back to Gonzalez to the corner for 3. No good. Airballs it. It falls into the arms of Carson. This is Ross in the corner. And a foul's going to be called, it looks like. Nope, knocked out of bounds. My mistake. The inbounds pass will go to Ross. Ross feints a three. Steps back. Looking for an options. Finds Johnson. Johnson back to Ross. Ross back to Johnson, double teamed, and he passes right to Joaquin Gonzalez, but he can't wrangle it in, and it's knocked out of bounds. Possession will go back to Harford. The inbounds pass kicked back out of bounds, I believe, by Austin Smith. So another chance at the inbounds for Harford. That inbounds pass is going to streak out of bounds, it looks like. Yes, it will. Possession will stick with Harford, as I believe Kyrie Banks got a finger on it. Johnson matched up with Bullock. Carson to Abdata. Abdata to Johnson, puts up a shot for three, won't go. Rebound taken by Lamoth. Goes back to Johnson for three, won't go again. Abdata manages to snag the rebound out of midair and nicely scores. Maurice Smith finds Gonzalez. Gonzalez with a shot, won't go. It's still scoreless. Rebound taken by Carson. 6-0 the score currently. Carson puts up a shot and banks it down from three. That makes it, oh, so he got a finger over. It's 8-0 as Malik Carson sinks a deep jumper with 17 minutes to go here in the first half. Catonsville already in a big hole. Timeout on the floor. Jalen Yates has entered the game for Catonsville. Bit of a sharpshooter. Excellent three-point shooter here. Banks to Bullock for three from deep. Got it! Catonsville gets on the board courtesy of Keith Bullock Jr. And Abdata can't wrangle that in. It's knocked out of bounds, but possession will stick with Harford. As I believe Maurice Smith may have gotten a piece of that. Inbounds pass immediately goes up. Can't complete. Here's Bullock on the breakaway, chased down by Ruck. Oh, what a block there by Malik Carson. Inbounds pass will go to Lamoth, and he's going to be fouled. Foul coming to get Maurice Smith. Ross looking for shot put up and scored by Lamoth. So all five starters have scored. Bullock surveying the court, looking for options, finds Banks. Puts up a shot, won't go. Rebound taken by Lamoth. Had to play a little tightrope there to not step out of bounds. From the corner, here's Carson, can't get it. Rebound taken by Gonzalez. He flips it out to Bullock. Bullock, dangerous pass there to Banks, nearly went out of bounds, goes back to Bullock. Bullock driving, nice contest, that one was contested. Bullock finishes, making it a 3-point game, 10-7. Keith had to fight for that one, and the ball sailed out of bounds on the inbounds pass, so Catonsville gets it back. Here's Kyrie Banks, back to Bullock. Keith's coming off one of his best ever games at our last home outing. 33 points, a career high for the freshman guard out of Cardozo High School in Washington, D.C. Bullock for three. Can't quite connect, and the rebound is taken by Lamoth as Bullock hits the floor right in front of us. Johnson with a short-range jumper won't go. Maurice Smith gobbles up the rebound, and he dishes it back out to Bullock. Bullock to Banks for three, won't go. Rebound taken by Carson. Lamoth finds Abdata. Quick passing here. Ross directing traffic, goes to Lamoth. Can't break into the paint. He's going to have to dish out, and it's stolen away by Bullock. Bullock dishes out to Yates from the corner for three. Won't go. Yes, it will. Ties the game at 10. There's that sharpshooting we've been expected to see out of Jalen Yates. Ross for three, knocks it down. That was easy. Here's Yates, back to Bullock. Sit out, back to Bullock. Back to Banks for three. No luck there. It falls into the arms of Chandler Johnson. Bullock hits the ground. And Ross accidentally dribbles it out of bounds. Entering the game for both teams for Catonsville comes number 2, DJ Hopkins, the freshman guard. Meanwhile, entering the game for the Owls comes freshman guard Maceo Carson. And also entering the game comes number 23, Jordan Strickland. Strickland finds Carson, that's Malik Carson. Here's Strickland. Nice finish there. Sends the lead to 15-10. Bullock looking for options. It's a nice pick from Maurice Smith. Smith dishes it back out, and he's going to be tripped up by Strickland. That looked painful. And they are calling him. No, he's getting to his feet. Give it up for Maurice Smith, toughing it out there. As Keith Bullock's doing some emergency shoe repair right here in front of our table. Smith will go to the line to shoot two. No luck on the first. One more for Maurice Smith. And this one he knocks down, making it 15-11 with 13 minutes to go here in the first half. This is Maceo Carson, his first touch of the night. Oh, won't go. That three-point shot was a tease. Hopkins dishes out to Smith, gets a nice pick from Gonzalez, goes back to Hopkins. Hopkins will go to Bullock, back to Hopkins. Hopkins finds Gonzalez in the corner, trapped, finds Hopkins again, back to Smith for three, got it! Maurice Smith makes it a 1-point game, 15-14. Johnson trying to break three from Bullock. Dishes it out to Lamoth. Lamoth with a shot, won't go. Rebound is gonna go, I believe, yes, to the Owls. So Joaquin Gonzalez knocked it out of bounds. And now entering the game for Harford comes number 15, Tyrone Bethea, the freshman forward from Baltimore. Inbounds pass immediately goes to Maceo Carson, who can't control it. Goes out of bounds. The possession will go back to Catonsville. We've got 12 minutes, 10 seconds to go here in the first half. It's Coach White on the sidelines giving a quick lesson to Maurice Smith as the ball is inbounded. Hopkins dishes out to Yates. Yates back to Hopkins, back to Yates. Yates from three, knocks it down! And that'll give Catonsville their first lead of the night, 17-15. Jalen Yates, 2 for 2 on three-point shooting tonight. Johnson, heavily defended. Ball tipped around. Lamoth is there to scoop it up and scores. That was a tough shot there, but he got it. Bullock the other way. Tried to dish it out to Gonzalez. I don't think Gonzalez was waiting for it, and instead it's taken by Lamoth, who finishes nicely to give the lead back to the Owls, 19-17. Smith, remember, he just hurt his knee. He finds Gonzalez, and Joaquin wasn't ready for it again. That's the second straight pass that Gonzalez wasn't ready for. And it will allow another breakaway score here by Maceo Carson. So just like that, after getting the lead with 11 minutes to go, Catonsville's lost it. But they'll get another chance here, as into the game now for both teams. Kyrie Banks enters for Catonsville, and entering for Harford, number 12, Kenny Moore, freshman guard from Temple Hills, Maryland. Banks will inbounds it to a wide open Yates, who puts up a deep three and knocks it down. That'll make it a 1-point game, 21-20. Jalen Yates has been perfect from beyond the line tonight. This is Carson. He'll dish it out to Johnson. Johnson finds Strickland. Puts up a shot. Yes, that will go. He'll extend it, 23-20. Here's Maurice, charging the basket. Puts up a shot, and he's fouled on the way up. Foul is going to be called against Tyrone Bethea. Two shots for Maurice Smith. This is his second trip to the line tonight. Smith can't knock down the first. And Smith will knock down the second to make it a 1-point game, 23-22, as Keith Bullock Jr. re-enters the game for Catonsville to replace Maurice Smith. Banks nearly gets a steal there, dishes it out to Moore. Carson takes a step, puts up a shot, and knocks it down, extending the lead 26-21. That ball stolen away by Maceo Carson. And Carson will score. And just like that, he's suddenly the leading scorer for Harford tonight, 7 points. The lead extended to 7, 28-21, as we've got halfway to go in this first half. Banks back to Hopkins, to Gonzalez, Bullock back to Banks. Banks over to Hopkins, dishes out to Yates for 3, got it! There was barely a swish on that one. Jalen Yates, perfect from 3-point range, 4 of 4. He's got 12. Carson almost loses control of it. Here's Moore. Foul is going to be called. Yates from the corner for 3, no go. That's his first miss of the night, though. As we should mention, Jay Carter has entered the game for Harford, number 3. So almost the entire lineup has gone into the game now. Here's Strickland charging the basket. Banks with a swat, and a foul is called. Two shots here for Kenny Strickland. Jordan Strickland, excuse me. (30-24) the score, 8 minutes to go. So in a tightly contested game so far. Hopkins fighting for the basket. Nice hesitation, and he scores. So he got around Bethea. Here's Carson. And a foul going to be called there against Bethea. We'll send it the other way. 30-26 the score, 8 minutes to go. Banks dishes it out to Bullock. Just saves it from going out of bounds. Back to Bullock, back to Banks, now to Hopkins. Hopkins from 3, no good. Rebound taken by Carter. And Carter, nice move there. He dishes it out to Moore, and a nice finish by Kenny Moore to get his first points of the evening. Extend the lead to 32-26. Risky pass there to Bullock. Bullock dices his way. Can't finish, though. Ah, what a disappointment that was. Bullock trying to go for the steal. Almost did. Goes out of bounds. The possession will stick with the Owls. Moore takes the inbound pass from Carson. Passes it out to Carter. Carter defended by Hopkins. Some nice moves, flips it out to Bethea, who's got his first points of the evening. So everyone, except for Jay Carter, has now scored for Harford, 34-26. Bullock. Gonzalez for 3, won't go. Rebound taken by Strickland. Here's a 3-point shot attempt by Carson, won't go. Rebound taken by Gonzalez. Ball knocked out of bounds. Some words exchanged there between Strickland and Banks. as Bethea and Ross re-enter the game for Harford. Austin Smith also re-entering the game for Catonsville to replace Gonzalez. Bullock immediately goes to Banks, who finds Hopkins. Hopkins, Yates from 3. Won't go. Smith almost got the rebound. Bethea got it instead. It's stolen by Banks. Smith can't handle it. And a bad pass there, taken away by Ross. Here's Carter. Struggling, fouled. Foul is going to be called against Kyrie Banks. That would be his second. As Maurice Smith re-enters the game for Catonsville. We've got 5 minutes, 42 seconds to go here in the first half. Deep inbounds pass by Moore to Carter as he's shadowed by Hopkins. Carter for 3 won't go. Yates gets the rebound. Almost loses it after a collision with teammate Maurice Smith. Hopkins dishes it to Smith. Smith puts up a jumper, won't go. Austin Smith gets a hand on it, almost manages to score, but Strickland gets the rebound. And Strickland showing a bit of swagger there as he gets up in Austin Smith's face. Here's Carter driving to the basket, and he's fouled. (34-26) still the score. There hasn't been a score in it a bit. It's Jordan Strickland. Jake Carter will have 2 shots. And with that, every member of Harford's lineup that has been on the court has scored. Catonsville, meanwhile, well, Jalen Yates has only 12 points. Keith Bullock Jr., Maurice Smith, and Damian Hopkins have the rest. Carter knocks down his second. So now check that every member of Harford's lineup has scored at least 2 points. Bullock directing traffic. He'll find Hopkins. Hopkins to Smith. Drives under the basket, puts up a nice shot from the behind. 36-28 the score now. Here's Strickland. Guarded by Bullock. Flips out to Ross. Ross tries to fake out Smith, but you're not going to get him that easily. Ross drives, loses control, stolen away by Bullock. Trying to do too much. Bullock dishes it to Hopkins, who goes for the finisher. Can't get it, though. Someone grabbed that rebound. It's Bullock. He dishes it to Maurice Smith. Nice play there by Maurice Smith. And it's a 6-point game, 36-30. Foul going to be called. Maurice Smith was knocked to the ground. I believe the foul was against Jay Carter. That's a timeout taken by Harford. We've got 4 minutes, 3 seconds to go. The score 36-30 in favor of Harford. So with 4 minutes, 3 seconds to go in the first half of this contest, Catonsville down just 6. And with possession. Yates, heavily guarded by Johnson, flips back out to Bullock. Bullock will find Hopkins. Smith from the corner. Nice pass out to Hopkins. Hopkins looking for a foul, didn't get it, but the ball is tipped out of bounds and possession will stick with Catonsville. Inbounds pass will go to Hopkins, who loses control. Possession will stick with Catonsville once again as it was knocked out of bounds by Johnson. Inbounds pass goes to Smith. Smith contested at the buzzer, and he's fouled. That'll be a technical foul. Jalen Yates will get 2 shots. Smith knocks down the first to make it 31-36. And the second will make it a 4-point game. So there were 2 fouls called, a regular technical foul and a regular foul called against Maurice Smith. Well, folks, if you think a regular foul and a technical called at the same time is weird, trust me, you didn't see anything. In the women's game, we had 3 technical fouls called at the exact same time. Maurice Smith misses yet again. This time he connects, make it a 3-point game, 36-33. Ross loses control, and he's, nope, jump ball. Check that. I thought that was a jump ball at first, but they're rewording that. I believe that's a foul against Maurice Smith. That would be his second. Ross looking for an opening. And a nice pass there to Lou Abdata, and he finishes to make it 38-33. Bullock dishes out to Yates. We got 3 minutes to go. Smith has it stolen away, but Bullock is there to save the day. Bullock drives the basket and is fouled. Two shots here for Keith Bullock. The second will also go, pushing it back to a 3-point lead, 38-35. Ross falls as he's trying to make a shot, and it's scooped up by Yates, who dishes to Bullock. who can't finish. Austin Smith with the rebound, dishes it out to Yates, who puts up a nice jumper. Can't finish. Hopkins with the rebound, and he finishes instead. And suddenly it's a 1-point game, 38-37, with 2.5 minutes to go. Johnson. Wild shot. Ooh, Joaquin Gonzalez got slapped in the face there. And a foul called against Gonzalez as Johnson hit the ground. (40-37) the score. Here's Hopkins, back to Bullock. Bullock finds Gonzalez, can't go. Rebound taken by Malik Carson. Malik almost loses control of it. Johnson deep from three, no luck. Knocked around and a foul called. Foul called against Joaquin Gonzalez. That would be his second. So 2 shots here for Malik Carson. Carson got it. Makes it 41-37. Malik will nail both, making it 42-37. Gonzalez got it. Those are his first points of the night, ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not. As he got a minute and a half to go in this first half, 42-39 the score. Catonsville's kept this one close, although it feels like sometimes they've been outplayed like that. Johnson wide open with a look and finishes 44-39 the score now. Here's Yates from three. Won't go. Johnson rebounds. And Johnson quickly finds Ross. Austin Smith almost came in for a block and a foul called, and that's another foul on Joaquin Gonzalez. That's his third in the last 5 minutes. So Josiah Lamoth goes to the line to shoot 2. All good for the first, as entering the game, making his first appearance of the evening, comes number 24, Jamari Young, freshman, new addition to Catonsville, in the second semester of this year. Lamoth can't connect on his second. There's a big collision. 3 players hit the ground as Hopkins comes away with it. Hopkins struggling, and he's called for a travel. One too many steps with a minute to go here in the first half. And Ross, we apologize for that language, folks. Ross, let's just say, had a very unpleasant reaction to that failed pass. 40 seconds to go. Catonsville with the chance. 45-39 is the score. Here's Yates. Flips it back to Bullock. Bullock, nice pass there. Ooh! Was looking for Jamari Young, but it's blocked by Lamoth. Be 12 seconds on the shot clock. Bullock, 10 seconds left. Puts up a jumper. Got it! Makes it a 4-point game with 15 seconds to go in the first half. And it looks like Harford might, nope, looked like for a second they might dribble this one out. We got 7 seconds left, 6-5. Johnson charges the basket, puts up a shot, won't go. Knocked around. Chance for a buzzer beater will go. Malik Carson, very close there. As we head into the half, the score 45-41 in favor of Harford. We'll be back in 15 minutes with the second half of tonight's game. We're back and ready to begin the second half here of this men's basketball game between Harford, the Fighting Owls of Harford Community College, and the Cardinals of CCBC Catonsville. Owls currently lead 45-41 in what has been a very exciting competitive game so far in terms of individual stats. Harford, very balanced. Josiah Lamoth, 7 points, 2 rebounds. Maseo Carson, 7 points, 1 rebound. Chandler Johnson, also with 6 points. Leading rebounder has been Malik Carson with 8 rebounds. Leading assister Ricardo Ross with 2. Meanwhile, for the Cardinals, Jalen Yates currently leads the way with 14 points, 12 of which came from 3-point attempts in the first half. Leading rebounder for the team has been Damian Hopkins with 3, who also leads the team with 3 assists. 3 Cardinals have scored double digits, with Yates, Keith Bullock Jr., and Maurice Smith. In terms of foul troubles, Joaquin Gonzalez currently has 3 fouls for the Cardinals. Tyrone Bethea and Chandler Johnson have 2 fouls each for Harford. So on the court for the Owls as we begin this second half will be Lamoth, Ross, Abdeda, Malik Carson, and Johnson. On the floor for Catonsville will be Maurice Smith, Austin Smith, Bullock, Yates, and Banks. And we're back underway. Quick passes right off the bat. Maurice Smith dishes out to Bullock. Back to Banks for 3. No luck. Rebound slipped around. I think it hit Abdeda in the face. And he dishes out to Carson. Carson goes to Johnson. Johnson over to Lamoth. To Ross in the corner for 3. Won't go. Rebound taken by Banks. Banks finds Bullock. Bullock back to Banks. Over to Yates. Yates puts up a 3 for the corner, but well short and might have got a little help. Johnson with the rebound. Flicks to Carson. Carson loses it. Also made contact with Banks, who wants a foul. Catonsville will take possession as that ball sailed out of bounds. Yates. Morris Smith. Austin Smith loses control. Out of bounds. That pass, Ross went out of bounds. I don't think anyone was expecting it. Here's a three-point shot by Yates, well off. Ross with the rebounds. He finds Johnson for three. Got it. Chandler Johnson makes it 48-41 in favor of the Owls. Banks dishes that one nicely. It's back to a 5-point deficit for Catonsville. Lamoth, bit of a wonky pass, and it's picked up by Austin Smith, who dishes it to Maurice. Maurice finds Bullock. Bullock driving the basket and finishes, and one for Keith Bullock Jr. Foul was called on number 14, Malik Carson. That would be his first. Two shots for Keith Bullock. He'll nail the first. Johnson loses control. Banks scoops it up, gives it to Bullock, who lays it in. Oh, no, it does not. Bounced off, and Ross got it. Abdata. Carson can't finish. Carson tries again, and he's fouled by Austin Smith. Well, that's a frustrating series of events, folks. Two shots here for Malik Carson, and he'll nail the first. Banks drives to the basket and finishes. Kyrie Banks. That's 4 on the evening for him. Johnson closely guarded by Bullock, dishes it out to Lamoth, puts up a three, won't go. Bullock with the rebound. It's a 2-point deficit here. A nice pass to Austin Smith. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Bullock with a no-look pass to Maurice Smith. He was triple-teamed and still somehow managed to tie this game. What a play by Maurice Smith. It's 50-50. Here's Ross. Steps back for three. Won't go. Rebound taken by Carson. And he's fouled on his way to the basket. Foul is going to go against Jalen Yates. So Carson will go to the line to shoot 2. Catonsville has roared back to tie this thing up at 50 apiece. And we've still got 16 minutes, 43 seconds to go. Carson knocks down his first to give the Owls the lead back. The second, got it. 52-50 the score here with 16 and a half minutes to go. Bullock, bit of a spin, dashing through traffic, finds Banks. Banks dishes it back out to Bullock. Bullock splits the middle, finds Yates in the corner for three, won't go. Rebound taken by Carson. Bullock tried to get the steal, couldn't get it, and Austin Smith reached. That's a foul. That's Smith's third, which joins him with Gonzalez. Ross, that was a tough basket there. He got it, 54-50. 16 minutes to go. Here's Maurice Smith. Fires a long pass to Bullock. Shoots to Yates for the corner for three, and he got it! Jalen Yates makes it a makes it a 1 point game. Here's a three by Malik Carson, won't go. Entering the game now for the Owls, Bethea Carson, number 22, and Jordan Strickland, number 23. Smith won't go. Rebound taken by Malik. And he has that one stolen away as a jump ball is called. Possession will stick with the Owls. Inbounds pass goes directly to Johnson, who sinks a long-range jumper. Will make it 57 to 53. And check that was a three. Deep pass there, somehow worked. Jalen Yates puts up a three, won't go. Banks tries to get the rebound. So there's a scramble for it. Knocked out of bounds, and possession will go to Catonsville. Joaquin Gonzalez re-entering the game. Kyrie Banks has exited, looks like a thumb injury. Nice inbounds pass to Gonzalez, who immediately scores. Bullock sent that one between the legs, I believe, of Strickland. Johnson, defended by Hopkins. Here's Strickland, swatted at by Smith. Dishes out to Lamoth. Lamoth. Back to Carson. Won't go. Stolen away, and a nice block there by Carson. And a foul going to be called, it looks like. as Ross re-enters the game. Johnson to Ross. Ross back to Johnson. Johnson looking for an opening, takes a shot, won't go. Strickland with the rebound, fouled on his way to the basket. Two shots here for Jordan Strickland. Strickland knocks down his first. Second won't go, so it remains 57-55 with 13 and a half minutes to go. Quick shout out pass here to Yates, back to Bullock. Double team, trying to fight through it. He does, but loses track of the ball, knocked out of bounds. The possession will go to Harford, excuse me. Ross getting a little fancy. Carson can't complete the three. Rebound taken by Yates. Shot. Hopkins with the finisher. Gonzalez's initial shot partially blocked. Hopkins was there to scoop it up and tie this game at 57 apiece. It has remained tight. Ross drives the basket. Got it. 59-57 as Ricardo Ross gives Harford the lead back. Yates to Maurice Smith. Smith has it knocked away, stolen away by Ross. Ross puts up an easy layup there. Makes it 61-57 with 12 minutes to go in this game. Maurice Smith fouled on his way to the basket. Two shots here for Maurice Smith. Into the game for Catonsville comes number 24, Jamari Young, and number 10, Nick Moore. As they replace, well, check that, just Jamari Young entering the game to replace Keith Bullock. Moore staying on the sideline for now. Smith will knock down both. Makes it 61-58. As Banks and Moore enter the game for Catonsville. Johnson, heavily defended, dishes out to Carson. Carson puts up a shot, won't go, and a foul called. Foul's going to be against Banks, it looks like. That would be his third. No luck on the second for Carson. Ross takes the rebound, but is called for traveling. Maurice Smith, nice move there. Makes it 61-60, and a foul going to be called as Johnson goes down hard. He's helped to his feet. Lamoth inbounds to Johnson. We're back underway. Johnson trying to draw a foul here. And that pass is intercepted by Banks. Banks dishes out to Bullock, who has a little bit of trouble grabbing it. Nice pass there to Hopkins, who finishes. And suddenly, Catonsville has the lead, 62-61, with 11 minutes to go. Inbounds pass goes to Carson. Carson, contested, somehow makes a tough shot, and we're back and forth once again. Now Harford takes the lead, 63-62, with 11 minutes to go. Banks. Nice pass there to Maurice Smith between the legs. Smith, not enough power on that shot. It's taken away by Strickland. Ross dishes it to Johnson. Nice teamwork, and that'll extend the lead to 65-62. They've got 10.5 minutes to go. Banks dribbling up court, dishes out to Bullock, back to Banks. Banks now looking for Hopkins. He's got him. Hopkins has difficulty corralling it, and he's fouled as he goes down. And that foul, it looks like, is going to go against, I think, Johnson. Joaquin Gonzalez now entering the game for Catonsville. Looks like Jay Carter will enter the game for the Owls as well. Well, he will in a little bit as a timeout called by Harford County. Hopkins inbounds to Banks. We're back underway. He dishes out to Yates. Yates finds Banks. Trying to dish his way through traffic is Banks. Nearly falls, puts up a shot. No good, but the rebound taken by Hopkins. He finds Maurice Smith. Now we're just halfway, and we are at the halfway point of the second half as Smith drives the basket, finishes, and one for Maurice Smith with a chance to tie this thing up. Maurice Smith, 15 points, make that 17 points. Which is one shy of his career record. Excuse me, his career best. He can tie his career best with this free throw. Got it. And not only does he tie his career best, he ties this game at 65. Ross. Nice heads-up play there by Ross. Makes it 67-65. Smith puts up a nice shot. Maury Smith is taking this game over. He's got 20 points. And he'll tie it up at 67 again. Here's Carter, charging the basket. Bounced up. Rebound taken by Hopkins. And he'll find Smith, who has to take a breather there to collect himself. Smith for three. No good. Rebound taken by Lamoth. Lamoth dishes out to Carter. Carter circling around, finds Carson. Carson passes to nobody, but a foul is called. That foul against Maurice Smith, that's his third. He heads for the bench as Keith Bullock re-enters the game. Check that, that was actually a foul the other way. That was on Harford, my mistake, folks. Catonsville with a chance. Yates from three. Got it! Jalen Yates makes it 70-67. A 3-point lead for Catonsville. Boy, I gotta tell you, with 8.5 minutes to go, this is the most complete Catonsville has looked all season. Yates and Smith both have 20 points. Ross sinks a three to tie this thing up. Boy, this one isn't slowing down anytime soon. Hopkins finds Bullock. Bullock to Yates. From the corner. Again. Got it! Jalen Yates! That's his 7th three-pointer of the night, ladies and gentlemen. He has 23 points. Carson finds Strickland. Won't go. Carson with the rebound. And he is fouled. One and one for Maceo Carson. He'll make the first. Carson knocks down the second. Makes it a 1-point game in favor of Catonsville. Bullock blocked viciously by Strickland, and he's fouled. And he was not a fan of that. The coaching bench wants more. Two shots for Keith Bullock Jr. With 7 minutes, 39 seconds to go. to his knees briefly. Finds Carter. Carson dishes back out to Carter, and he is here's Hopkins. Tried to dish it to Gonzalez, but instead found Carson. Strickland manages to scoop it up. Two shots here for Jay Carter. He'll knock down the first to make it a 1-point game. About 7 minutes to go. Second, hits it, ties it up at 74 apiece. Hopkins for three. No good. Rebound taken by Carter. Here's a three-point shot tipped by Carson. Almost went in. Wouldn't go. Yates with the rebound. Hands it off to Bullock. Bullock dicing his way through. Too much power. Oh, Maurice Smith tried to finish. He couldn't. Catonsville trying to do too much right now. As we're all tied up. As Jalen Yates steals it away. Dishes it to Maurice Smith. Smith has it stolen away by Chandler Johnson. He finds Jay Carter. One-on-one. Puts up a shot. Got it. That'll give the lead. From the corner is Yates. Can't go. Down 76-74. Catonsville just hanging on at this moment. Ross can't complete. Smith with the rebound. He calls for a bit of a breather. 5 minutes, 45 seconds to go. Gonzalez. Tough, won't go. Ross with the rebound. He flips it after Johnson, nearly stolen away by Gonzalez. Here's a shot by Carter. Can't go. Bullock with the rebound. Gonzalez from the corner. No good. And a foul called against Maceo Carson. So it will be should be three shots for Joaquin Gonzalez. That's one for Gonzalez. Makes it 76-75. No luck on the second, as a rash of substitutes come in. Austin Smith and Jamari Young come in for Catonsville. Second one will go. Third one goes, excuse me, as Nick Moore enters the game for Gonzalez. Gonzalez has tied us up at 76 once again. We've got 5 minutes, 9 seconds to go in regulation. Johnson finds Carter. Ross flips it. That's a foul. Foul came against Jamari Young. So 2 shots for Ricardo Ross. Currently leading the way with 16 points for the Owls. And he has not been to the free throw line tonight, as now a mass of substitutions entering for Catonsville. Yates, Maurice Smith, Bullock, and Gonzalez all enter for the Cardinals. Second shot here for Ross. Got it. They'll break the tie, 77-76. One more shot here for Ross. We'll make it a 2-point game. And timeout called by Catonsville. Well, folks, as we reach the end of this timeout, next up for both of these teams, for Harford, they take on Allegheny College on Thursday. Catonsville, meanwhile, their next contest, it will be on Friday against CCBC Dundalk, their final home game of the regular season. (78-76) the score. Catonsville down by 2. Bullock finds Gonzalez in the corner. Stolen away by Chandler Johnson. He goes up, puts in a layup, and it's 80-76, a 4-point disadvantage for Catonsville with 4.5 minutes to go. Deep 3 by Bullock, won't go. Rebound taken by Hopkins. It's knocked around. Yates gets it and hands it off. Yates for 3, got it! Jalen Yates makes it a 1-point game, 80-79 with 4 minutes to go. Inbounds pass will go to Ross. Ross almost has it stolen away. Carter from the corner. Knocks it down. 83-79 the score. Catonsville needs a good Catonsville needs a good score here. They might get one from Yates. Got it! Jalen Yates! What is that, 9 3-pointers? He makes it a 1-point game. 29 points for Jalen Yates. And a foul gonna be called there. Ross knocked down Maurice Smith, and that's the stop that the Cardinals were looking to get. So a chance here for the Cardinals, and I can confirm Jalen Yates has smashed his previous career high with 29 points. Maybe more from 3, won't go, rebound, bounced around, out of bounds, possession to Catonsville. With 3 minutes, 11 seconds left, Cardinals with a huge opportunity. Tyree Banks barking out orders. Come on, give it to Jalen. Bullock inbounds it to Jalen. Out to Smith. Banks for 3. Won't go. Rebound taken by Carson. Still down 1 with 3 minutes to go. Johnson getting antsy, dishes it out to Ross. Ross to Carson. Here's Carter. Back to Ross. Ross dashing through traffic, fouled. He'll go to the line to shoot 2. Both teams well over the foul limit. That foul against Keith Bullock Jr., that is actually his first of the entire game. Catonsville has 4 players with 3 fouls. Ross sinks the first. Makes it a 2-point game, 82-84. The second goes through as well. Hopkins for 3. Won't go. Rebound Carson. Ross slips. And another chance for the Cardinals. Smith. That was tough. Gets his own rebound. Puts it up. Won't get. Gets another rebound. And he's fouled. Fouls against Johnson. That's his 4th. So he is the first Owl to get into serious foul trouble. Maurice Smith will have 2 shots. A chance to make it a 1-point game once again. Well, that doesn't help. Smith misses. Smith knocks down the second to make it a 2-point game, and a timeout called by Catonsville. Down 85-83 in the closing minutes here of this game, of this thrilling matchup. Catonsville looking for a steal here. Carter dishes out to Johnson, to Ross. Ross finds Carson, back to Ross. Got 2 minutes to go. Bullock nearly with the steal, ooh. Johnson puts up a shot, won't go, bounced around. Lamoth with the rebound, Johnson for three. And he knocks it down, although Bullock did get it as Carson and Gonzalez almost got into it there. Gainesville down 83-88. Need a couple of big plays here. Not helping things is Carter getting a tip on that pass, knocking it out. And that's stolen away by Bullock. And he slides it in there to make it a three-point game, 88-85, with a minute 19 to go and another timeout taken by Catonsville.
Ryan wants me to kind of like do security when it stops.
Gotcha.
So can you stay here and watch this?
Yeah.
He thinks you're getting a little...
I feel ya. I was going to stay anyway to start packing stuff up.
You're really not worried about this with him and Phil and Dan.
Yeah.
Make sure they stay here and don't go.
Yeah, I'll just start I'll start tearing stuff down. Timeout taken by Harford during the inbounds play. Minute 15 to go. Harford leads by 3, and Johnson stepped out of bounds. That's a huge turnover. And Catonsville sending in a rash of replacements as Maury Smith, Banks, Yates, and Gonzalez enter, so they've got their best shooters on the floor. A 3 will tie it at a minute 11. Smith charges. Got it! With a minute to go, it's a one-point game. So a steal by Catonsville and a score. They wouldn't have to go for a 3. And Carter loses it, but it's tipped out of bounds by Smith, so Harford will keep possession. Boy, folks, this has been easily the best game all season here at home for Catonsville. Maybe not the best overall performance, but just in terms of pure action, Catonsville, this contest has lived up to the hype. More like exceeded expectations. The inbounds will go to Carter for 3. Won't go. Ross tries to wrangle it. Johnson does, puts up a shot, blocked by Gonzalez, and a foul is called. That's Gonzalez's 4th. There'll be 2 shots for Chandler Johnson. First one goes, extends the lead to 2. 87-89. And the second goes as well. 3-point lead for Harford, 90-87. As Bullock's just gonna let it roll. Hopkins nearly loses it. He does lose it, except a foul is called. Waiting to see what the call is here. The foul looks like it's either against Smith or Strickland. It's against Smith. Inbounds pass. Partially blocked and one! Hopkins is fouled and will get one shot to try and tie this thing up with 32.5 seconds to go. Got it. Tie game, 90. And timeout called. We are tied, 90 all, 32.5 seconds to go. Gonzalez, Smith, Banks, Bullock, and Hopkins on the floor for Catonsville. Meanwhile, both Malik and Maceo Carson, Carter, Johnson, and Ross on the field, on the court for Harford. 30 seconds to go. 90 all. Johnson to Ross. Back to Ross. Ross. Carson. Got it. Timeout called. 92 to 90 as Maceo Carson sinks it. With 20 seconds to go, 92-93. Catonsville down by 2 in a thriller, a true thriller. It's been back and forth. Hopkins to Bullock. Guarded. Back to Bullock. Bullock feints a 3. 10 seconds. Smith. Hopkins. Got it. Tied it up with 7.5 seconds to go. Now a chance needed. Ross bounced off the side out of bounds. One last chance or we might have overtime. And a timeout taken by Catonsville as we're all tied up at 92. So with 2.9 seconds left, one last chance for Catonsville. 92 all. If the Cardinals could somehow get a miracle, they'll try. Bullock to Yates. They can't. We'll go to overtime. Not enough time left. We're going to need a couple more minutes. Be 5 minutes for this overtime period. 92-92. This is the first overtime game of the season for Catonsville.
Not a comma check for a game like this. Comma check.
So here we go. First overtime game of the season for Catonsville. A little past 9 p.m. in the evening. It's one of the latest games ever gone for Catonsville this season. And they'll win the tip-off, or at least try to, because Chandler Johnson comes in there and steals it away. Flips it to Carter, who's fouled. Now, if we could just get through this overtime without the fouling, we might be able to get out of here and make it home for dinner. And I apologize now, folks, if I won't be able to provide the best stats, because my laptop that I had my stat sheet on just died. That shows you how long this game has been going on. Carter sinks his first free throw. Looking like much to the shock of his teammate Ross. 93-92. Second free throw attempt not as good. Now Catonsville. Smith with a jumper. Won't go. Hopkins tried to get the rebound, and he's, nope, jump ball called. So Lamoth will inbounds. Harford will take over possession. Here's Johnson. Johnson flips it out to Carter. Ross. Fitted by Bullock. Tries to spin away. Puts up a shot. Ooh! That was a pretty shot. Now Catonsville going the other way. Hopkins. That was tough. He got it in. 95-94. Lamoth briefly loses track of it and lays in a sweet layup, 97-94. So now we're just going back and forth. And a foul called against Johnson. That'll be 2 shots, and I believe that's his 5th. Two shots for DJ Hopkins. No luck on the first. Second also didn't go as Gonzalez hits the floor hard. Harford going the other way. Nice pass there to nobody, as possession will stick with Harford for some reason. I think they're saying a Catonsville player touched it. What? Don't know if I agree with that call, folks. Apparently I was wrong about that. That was Johnson's 4th foul, so he's still in. bit of an issue with the scoreboard. We had a lot of those during the women's game. Mostly it's been good during the men's game, but yeah, now we seem to, oh, there we go. They reset the shot clock to 13 seconds. We had a lot of scoreboard issues during the women's game, resulting in several delays. This is the first one we've seen in the men's game as far as I can recall from the, what feels like eternity we've been here. And Ross stepped out of bounds, so possession will go back to the Cardinals. And a chance for Catonsville to tie this thing up again, down 97-94, 3 minutes, 49 seconds to go in overtime. Inbounds pass will go to Smith. Maurice struggles, just kind of passes it and finds Johnson. Ross tried to go for the dunk, didn't have enough energy, but still lays it in, and it's 99-94. Well, at this rate, both teams are going to crack 100 points tonight. Bullock spins and fouled as he tries to put in a shot from underneath the basket. The foul was against, oh, we got some talking going over here as Carson and Gonzalez chipping at each other. Gonzalez out of the game as, let's see who the replacement was, Austin Smith comes in. Three minutes, 22 seconds to go here in overtime. 99-94 the score. Two shots here for Keith Bullock Jr. He will nail the first. Makes it 99-95. Second, got it. It's a three-point game. Johnson puts up a shot, got it. And Harford cracks the 100 barrier. 101-96 with 3 minutes to go. Hopkins got it. Drives to the basket, makes it a three-point game once again, 101-98. Ross couldn't save that ball from going out of bounds, and instead he dishes it out to Hopkins. So a chance here for Catonsville. 98-101 the score with 2.5 minutes to go. Hopkins goes to Smith. 10 seconds left on the shot clock. Smith, got it! It's a one-point game, 101-100. Lau Lamoth, looking for an open man, finds Johnson. Johnson gets a pick from, puts up to Carter, can't go. Strickland is there, and he's fouled by Austin Smith, and one. Not what Catonsville wanted to see there. Strickland will get one shot. To make it a 4-point game with 2 minutes to go. He won't go, so it remains a 3-point game. And Catonsville is still in it. Bullock to Smith. Got it. 103-102 with under 2 minutes to go. Austin Smith. Perfect time for him to get his first points of the evening, I believe. Again, laptop with the stats just died on me. Working off of memory here, folks. Here's Ross. Try to shot to Strickland, who's fouled again and again. Jordan Strickland gets back-to-back and ones. 105-102, he'll go to the line to shoot one as Joaquin Gonzalez re-enters the game for Austin Smith. We've got a minute and a half to go in this one. Now Kyrie Banks coming back in to replace Gonzalez. Strickland will shoot one. And it won't go. It's the second time in a row he's done it. So now it's still a 3-point game. Smith charging the basket, puts up a pretty shot and got it, and it's a 1-point game again. With a minute 18 to go. Catonsville playing press, stolen away by Bullock! He's got Banks. Banks' shot blocked by Johnson, knocked out of bounds, but Catonsville will stay in possession. What a steal by Keith Bullock Jr., and Catonsville has a chance to take the lead. Inbounds pass goes to Hopkins. Hopkins back to Bullock. Bullock spins, finishes. Catonsville with the lead. The Cardinals have the lead in overtime, 106-105. Johnson weaving his way through defenders. He is fouled. It's on Smith. And Johnson is down. He took a heavy tumble, and the trainer is coming out. Nope, check that, he's getting to his feet. That's good to see. Although it does look like he may have injured himself around the groin area. Johnson just stretching it out. Hopefully he didn't pull anything. That looked painful. 2 shots for Johnson to try and give Harford the lead back with 51 seconds to go, as Catonsville has their first lead of the overtime period. That will tie it up at 106 apiece. Johnson nails his second. That'll give Harford the lead back, and a timeout called by the Owls. 107-106 with 51 seconds to go. Catonsville down 1 in what has been easily the game of the year for the Cardinals. A back-and-forth overtime thriller that just seems to keep getting better and better each minute. It has been a long one, though. Catonsville with the ball. Here's Hopkins. No shot. He was fouled, I believe, by Lamoth. That'll be 2 shots and a chance to tie it and take the lead for Damian Hopkins. I believe my apologies, folks. I just realized my mic was on during that last timeout. Apologies to anybody who heard that. Hopkins has tied it up at 107. Just a reminder, folks, if you're getting into sports broadcasting, always make sure that the mic is turned off during the timeouts. Hopkins to give Catonsville the lead. Got it. 108-107 with 48 seconds to go. Knocked out of bounds. Right in front of our table. Let's see where possession will go to. It'll stick with Harford. Bullock came screaming in there to break up that play. Ross will inbound it. Finds Strickland, who has to tiptoe to avoid a backcourt violation. He's getting pressured into a box. He finds Carter. 33 seconds. Catonsville desperately trying to hold on to this one. Carter for 3. No good. Rebound Strickland. He's tied up. Stolen away by Jalen Yates. And with 20 seconds left, Catonsville has a chance to knock this one out of the park. A foul has been called. Johnson fouled. Hopkins will go to the line to shoot 2 and a chance to put this one away. Or at least make it so a last second 3 would be needed. What a steal, what a play from Jalen Yates to steal that ball away. Hopkins is fouled, and if he nails these 2 shots, it'll mean that the only thing preventing this game from going to a second overtime will be a last second 3. Unfortunately, that doesn't help. Hopkins misses his first free throw. We've got 16 seconds left. If Hopkins can nail this one, it'll give Catonsville a 2-point lead, which still opens the door for the Owls. They've got 16 seconds. That's a lot of time in the basketball world. Hopkins to try and give Catonsville a 2-point lead. Got it. 109-107. And here we go, 15 seconds. Catonsville doing a full court press. It seems to have taken some time off the clock. 10 seconds to go. Ross holding it. 5 seconds. Ross trying to make a move. Has it stolen away by Maurice Smith. That'll do it. The Cardinals win it 109-107 in one of the best games I have ever seen. Maurice Smith with the game-clinching steal. What a performance from the Cardinals tonight. An overtime thriller. Catonsville wins it 109-107. And a heartbreaker for the Owls. Well, folks, that'll conclude today's doubleheader between the Fighting Owls of Harford Community College and the Cardinals of CCBC Catonsville. We hope you enjoyed this contest, as we got a bit of jawing going on from some of the fans in the stands, giving the Harford players a bit of a hard time as they walk off court. Never mind that. Catonsville wins it once again. Final score 109-107. A fantastic performance by everybody. We'd like to thank you once again for tuning into this broadcast, and be sure to tune in once again for on Friday night for the final home game of the season as Catonsville takes on sister school CCBC Dundalk. Until next time, folks, this is Isaac Donsky signing off.